there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. It's been a little bit of time, but my show has completed, my wife's show has completed, and we are very excited to dive in back into the world of Illica, back in the Salamander Coast and Isles of Iverion campaigns, both of which should be returning regularly scheduled. I believe got a beanie on? That's nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It says adventure awaits.
Did you just do a costume change? Is that what you did?
I didn't want my hat on anymore.
Oh, okay.
You continue. Don't worry about me.
Okay. All right. So we will be back to our regularly scheduled sessions, hopefully every week. The only thing that I can tell you that will be happening, and I'll say this again on Saturday, is the stream on the 24th of December for Isles will not be happening because that's Christmas Eve, and my wife and I will be quite busy and not in town. So we'll be unable to play Isles on that day. But hopefully, from now until the foreseen future, we will be playing, coming at you weekly. That's the hope, at least. So with that, let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive into tonight's session. And we're back. So as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. No.
All right, last one.
No.
You
I
really
don't do
are
the summary.
most
I have my
devious
players do the summary. So with that, it is Gemma on the summary. Gemma, whenever you're ready, feel free to take it away.
Please.
Yes.
Shut up, John.
So, last session, I don't know what's happening over there. Okay.
Never mind.
Cecily goes and tracks down Ajax. Goes and tracks down Ajax after hearing his distressed roar. Ajax tries to hide that there's anything wrong, but you know, there's only so much that rain, darkness, and a hulking lineman frame can cover. And so eventually the two have a little bit of a heart-to-heart. Cecily talks of her own struggles with opening up to people, but relates that it's important nonetheless, and that, you know, trauma doesn't have to be a solo burden. So the two of them retire, and the next morning Illica comes to speak with the party, and we are informed of the more official death count of 6,700 soldiers and 5,300 civilians, and that a monument is also going to be built in remembrance of them. And we also get a couple of letters addressed to Bianca, the first being from the loyalists in Vestna, and it asks for help over failing crops there, which is attributed to not just harsh winters, but also at the fault of the arboreal exiles that are in the area. The second is from the Order of the All-Seeing in Maester. The city has always kind of had fiend aggressors coming from the west where Damaris Keep lies, but they were writing in fears that there's going to be a larger force yet to come. And the last is from Aurelie Oldblood, who is the leader of the dwarves in the Mazda Mountains, and it also comes with it a blue crystal. The letter saying that if we break it, they will come and are wanting to give us aid, essentially, for our efforts. And so the party choose to focus on Maester right now, seeing the Western threat as a little bit more important, and also in their kind of line of work, I guess. And so the crystal's also broken. I'm hoping to have discussions with said dwarves before we head out of town. Everyone then kind of splits out to deal with various tasks and talking to the different factions that are in the city to see where things are going to be moving forward and if there's any other help that we/they can provide. But Ajax and Bianca talk first. Ajax taking that advice on opening up and relaying his worries about being a burden and failing people. He also details what happened whilst Bianca was in the tower, the two opening up to one another about their respective losses. And Bianca reaffirms that, everyone needs to draw strength and courage from each other. Ajax, also in other news, accepts Bianca's proposal to take up the role and title of being the Master of War and Defense, the first to accept for her little council. So the two part ways, and everyone's kind of going off into town to do various things, and that is where session ends. Ba-ba-ba.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So, as the summary concludes, and we cut back to our adventurers within the city of Periton, there are gray clouds that begin to roll and loom over Periton as all of you descend back into the city. Rain begins to fall, and in the distance you can hear thunder and lightning, this torrential rain that moves over the city. The wind still whipping aggressively all around you, and rain beginning to fall. It's incredibly cold outside as well, especially with the wind. As of right now, and Gemma, I'm sorry, you're going to have to do the conversion on the fly for your own self. It's about 39 or 36 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So it is just about freezing. So you can tell that this rain that is currently falling is just on the edge of turning into snow, or maybe it's hail right now, where every once in a while there is a pellet of water that hits you that is hardened a bit, and you can feel it bludgeon against your skin and your face as you're walking throughout the streets. So, as all of you make your way throughout the city of Periton, you take your time doing individual tasks, helping the people of Periton out to the best of your ability. But my question is to all of you, was there anything in particular that you all wished to achieve on this day? I'd say it's about, I don't know what I said last week, but as of right now, it's about noon. That's what I'm going with now. So it's about noon 30. So with that, is there anything anybody would like to achieve on this day with the remaining time that you have available?
Is it worth Ajax going to talk to the basilisks? Is it a thing we want to happen?
I think
Yes.
so. I don't remember any contesting to that idea a month ago. But it has been a month, so somebody correct me if I'm
I
wrong.
think we all had like a little thing that we were like, break, let's go do. And yeah, so I think that was your plan.
Yeah. Like, let them know that we are going to help with their thing, but we also got these letters and the keep and the stuff. And...
Yeah, we have prior engagements before we can help with that. Okay.
Yeah.
And if they want to keep helping us, wink, wink, it could speed that along, wink, wink, and we could help
Hold on,
them sooner.
Yeah, let me just
wink.
remember. We're going to... Hold on. Nope, not that one. This one. We're going to Maester, right?
Yeah.
Where there's things attacking Maester. We got to talk to the commander, general, something there, captain of the guard. One of those things I said was correct, I think.
Lord
Right?
Commander of the city, yep.
Yeah.
Liliana Brighton.
I mean, Ajax could see if the basilisks want to fight some stuff, because they do like fighting.
Yeah.
But
I think the general move, right? Sorry for... But just somebody remind me. The general move is we're going to Maester and gathering allies, and we're going to secondarily prioritize Vesna and see if we can have people help out there while we're in Maester.
Yeah, we were going to send the Arboreal Exiles to Vesna.
Yes.
Yeah, see what's happening
Yeah.
with that people.
I don't know how I remember this shit, but
I think
just did.
Suni and Cecily were gonna go talk to the Arboreal Exiles about
Yes.
that.
Without Keothi. So we'll see how that goes. But I remember that being the...
Yeah, we were breaking off, right? We were going different ways, talking to different people. Okay, so Ajax is going to start heading down to the Basilisk. That's what he's going to do this day, today.
Alrighty. Very good. So, Ajax, you make your way throughout the city streets of Periton. You can see that the rain falls heavily and aggressively, matting down the fur, making each step that you walk just a little bit heavier. But eventually you do make your way over to the corner of the city where the basilisks have begun to call their home. And you meet with Batai, the dragonborn leader of this group of basilisks that were currently living in the city. And as you make your way through, you can see that the basilisks haven't necessarily been helping with the rebuilding efforts, as that's not their thing at all. They are here to fight for bloodshed, and any remaining fiends that may have snuck into the city or had been hiding, they've been dealing with them. Right. So helping in a way, but not nearly as helpful as anybody would like them to be, considering the strength and numbers they have.
Question.
But, yeah.
Well, two questions. One, am I able to tell how many of their people died? Like, is there like any like way to ascertain like how many losses they had?
Yeah, so I would say that like on a scale to overwhelming to like very Pyrrhic victory, like Pyrrhic meaning like it was barely a victory, and overwhelming meaning like they lost like nobody. It's closer to overwhelming, where they probably only lost maybe 5 to 10% of their fighting force. It seems as though their battle-hardened and vicious lifestyle gave them an advantage in this fight against those fiends.
It's easy to say that they fared well.
They did. Oh yeah.
Also,
the heads that adorn, the heads that adorn the area. You recognize some of those heads.
Yeah. And they also enjoy killing fiends, right?
They do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Because that's what's outside of Maester, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah. Ajax is walking in with that information and going to find Batai.
Okay. So as you make your way in, you can see that Batai is currently mingling with a few other members of the basilisks. They're currently standing in that, like I said, they make their home in this like amphitheater almost, and you can see that he is near the edge where there are a couple people just like sparring, fighting each other in the middle. And as you begin to make your way through one of those vomitoriums and down the steps, many of the basilisks sort of turn and they look and they nod at you.
Ajax nods back.
Yeah, and Batai, he turns and sees you and he says, "Well, if it isn't the lowland, welcome, friend. Happy to see you made it." And he'll come up and he'll
made it as well.
Give you one of them forearm shakes.
It seems that you all fared very well in the battle.
We did. The fiends did not stand a chance against us. We lost several, but they died valiant deaths.
Well, I expected nothing less from you and your people. I just made my way over to check in and see how things are. Is there anything you need from me?
From you? If you can get us more ale and more food, that would be wonderful. But I feel as though that is not power at your disposal.
Unfortunately, the resources are very thin with the city. I can see what I can do, but no promises. Good to know you all made it out. Well, I came over to tell you that we should be setting out, my companions and I, towards Maester soon. We have a couple things that we need to tie up for, well, we helped you with your endeavor.
You can see he's just sort of listening to you.
Actually, I had a question for you. How much do you enjoy killing fiends?
Very much.
Well, from my knowledge of you and your people enjoying battle, enjoying killing fiends, outside of Maester is a rather large population of those that we are going to be heading to help clean up. Seems that what we did here, pushing back forces to the west. Are you interested in joining us in that battle?
You can see him. He thinks for a moment.
What do we gain from this?
Well, you gain glory. We can allow you to have anything that is on those fiends if you would like. It would help stop those attacking the cities around, and then... Well, let me ask this. What would you like?
Smart man. What do I want? There is much I want, but I am a leader. And I think in this moment I must set aside my personal wants for what I think would be best for my clan. What we want is our home. These lowlands, the air is wet. It's thin. Everything is so light. We long for home. But the other clans keep us pushed out. When all is said and done, a kindness you could do for my people and for me is to help us reclaim those lands, not just from the basilisks that hold it, but the other clans that keep it.
And these other clans, do they pose a threat?
I myself like to think I am smart. I can see there is a change coming. And I would go with it. The other clan leaders, they are rooted in their ways. Your leader, the Lowlander Queen, threatens what they believe is right and true. I could very easily see them reacting poorly, being a threat.
Question, where is their home again on the map?
So on the map, we'll have to go to the Bella Clara territory here. Active, you can see it. It is very far south of the Old Kingdom. It's in this area called the Clan Lands here.
Okay. And we're heading here.
Yep.
Cannot see that color. Okay. So they're to the southwest. I cannot guarantee anything. That would be... the threat that is in Damar's keep, if not dealt with, will consume this land. If we do not stop it, then your home, from where you are from, will cease to exist. I can offer my aid after the battle. Granted, there is some period of rest. It is going to be a difficult one. If what you say is true, that these clans are not to be trusted, these clans are rooted in their ways, I can assure you my assistance in any way that we can. I will say that I am not for killing innocents.
Of course. Anyone who finds themselves as a part of either of the other clans can always find a home with us. We thank you for the help you offer. But remember, if this promise isn't kept, we pass many traditions down from generation to generation. Grudges are one of them.
I can assure you that I have never broken a promise before, and I don't intend to now.
Good then. It is done. We will help you. We will move with you as you seek. And in return, you will help us.
And he'll gesture his hand out again.
Now, just a quick question. I see your trainees are down there brawling currently. Is there anyone here that you think could give me a good fight?
He laughs.
I think there might be someone.
And you see him walk away, and he just sort of jumps over the railing into the fighting pit himself.
Ajax goes, all right. Ajax jumps down with him.
All right. You can see the other members of the Basilisk that are training. They sort of look at him come down, and they sort of scatter away. And as the two of you begin to spar, he's good, Ajax, but you're definitely better than he is by a considerable amount. But he is a ferocious fighter, that's for sure. So it's kind of up to you how much you want to let him win, or if you kind of just want to stomp him, you can do that. It's however you want to flavor this.
I think Ajax is not going to stomp him. If Ajax realizes that he's more skilled and better in combat, he's not going to embarrass the chieftain of the Basilisks. So I think he's going to try to keep it as close as possible. Actually, I think he's going to let him win.
Oh.
I think if it's possible to get it down to the wire,
Okay, yeah,
but he's going to let him win.
You want to try and put him over. I get that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have you make a check, actually.
I don't know if this is good or bad. This is... okay. I already said it. Now that I think about it, this is probably a bad idea if I don't roll well.
I'm gonna have you make a deception check. Performance, actually.
Oh, fuck! Really?
Yep.
I got a -1. Mwah. I'm not even joking. Hold on. Hold on. Let me. Can I do this? Wait, is this one? It's the yellow one right here. This one.
Oh, yep. I can see it. Look at that.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah. Look at that. That's a 29 because it's -1.
Yeah, -1.
All righty. So throughout the fight, you deceive him. You do. There's a certain point where as he's going to take the final blow, like that final hit, you see him kind of falter for a moment because there was a very clear way for you to dodge out of the way, but you know, your foot kind of trips up, you do like a little muscle spasm, you have a moment where you're unable to dodge the blow, and it ends up, the blunt end of the axe that he uses ends up hitting you in the arm, and that being your sort of like where you end up losing. And you can see the fellow clansmen of the Basilisk, they are sort of cheering and celebrating the victory, but you can see that Batali, he sort of gets down on one knee and he says,
So, still recovering from the fighting. Is that it?
See, I thought I was recovered enough.
When you're feeling better, come find me again.
Yes, I apologize for my performance. Next time.
he nods, and he'll gesture a hand to help you up.
That last one really hurt.
He narrows his eyes at you just a little bit. Like, he's like, okay. He believes you, but he's also like, You're a little suspect right now. All right.
I'm not the killer.
Why does the name imposter at the top of my screen? Okay. So, with that, Ajax will cut away. And Carousel and Bianca, just to double check, you guys didn't have anything. Did you guys have anything in particular that you wanted to achieve?
So I know our tasks were like reaching out to people, and I was going to reach out to the Brotherhood in particular. And I think I would need Carasilla to do sending for that, which that could be something quick. And then, Bianca definitely was going to, you know, just go around the city checking to see what like needed like assistance. And I think I mentioned last time, I don't know if we got to focus on it or if it needed like a spotlight or anything, but like she wanted to like focus on the bridge and see how rebuilding was going there, and see if there's anything she can do to like aid in that. And she needs to talk to Suni. So those were my things.
Okay, cool. So, it definitely easy for you to find Carasilla, being the Gleeman. That's a pretty easy find to have happen. So we'll say, Carasilla, what were you doing on this day?
Yeah, I mean, she was also gonna do sending to Typho to see if they can get the Company of the Golden Heart to help with Maester shit. And yeah, I was also thinking loop back to Bianca, because contacting people. But
okay, so we'll say that what ends up happening is Bianca, the time that it takes you to go and check on the bridge, which is the repairs are going as well as they can. They're using some of the rubble from the collapsed parts of the city to reinforce the bridge and be able to establish that connection between the two halves so they don't have to keep ferrying people back and forth, which is just a little time consuming. And the mages that belong to the loyalists, they're helping quite a bit. You can see that the majority of their strength is in that sort of energy manipulation, not necessarily dealing damage, but control and maintaining this sort of stasis abilities. And you can see that's coming in handy when you're trying to repair a bridge that is fighting against gravity. So after that, and Carasilla, after you meandering about the city trying to just spread a little bit more happiness, cheer, good vibes, the two of you eventually make your way back towards the meeting room, knowing that that's where everybody's supposed to meet and that's where all of you have been staying. That's where the two of you head. And you can still hear the sound of the wind and the rain outside, but as you enter, you are greeted with that fireplace warmth as it burns off into the corner in the hearth, creating this natural, warm interior that the two of you walk into. And with that, Bianca, as you enter back in, you sort of go back to the table reviewing the letters that have been delivered. And after a few moments of that, the door opens, the wind blows in as Carasilla follows quickly behind. Carasilla, as you shut the door behind you, you can see Bianca at the table, shuffling through some letters.
Hoping to catch you. Wanted to get a message out to the Brotherhood, right?
Yes, I'm glad we ran into each other. Is now a good time for you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Felicity's gonna think she's thought about what to say. She has not typed it out. Okay, 25 words. Right? Or was it 24?
25.
Doesn't matter. Right.
See,
Also-
I was prepared. I've already typed out my message to the fucking
okay.
Golden Heart.
And also the Brotherhood, people who remember. Who's the main Brotherhood person's name? Oh no.
Is it Huntress something, right? Huntress Valeria, something like that?
Oh, it was her. I was thinking the Dragonborn. That there was a Dragonborn person. But
No, there was.
no, you're right.
We met the Leonin guy, but he was like a top member. He wasn't necessarily like the guy, you know.
I think it was like Valyria or something like that. Sounds right. Let me see. It's my old notes. It's like I'm taking new notes.
Yeah, I just found her. Huntress
Oh,
Valeria.
good. Okay, great. All right, so she will send this message out to Huntress Valeria and be like, Valeria, this is Bianca Dusong. Been a while. I am in the Old Kingdom. May need assistance. I think our interests align. I think that was under 25, but I don't know what else to say.
Okay. So as you send the message, there is a response. And there's almost a a gasp of a sort that goes
She's
along with the
alive.
first part of this message, yeah. Where she says,
After you went into that pit, I never expected to hear from you again.
okay. There's more.
Nice.
We have members there already. I will try to send.
That's 25.
Carasilla, could I maybe send one more?
Don't worry, I was already counting on it.
Okay. She'll say, is it rude to skip over the whole, like, not being dead part? Let's see, yeah, we can have it in person. She'll say, wonderful. We are heading to Maester very soon. Would they be able to meet us there?
That is where I will have them head.
All right. Easy enough. Okay, I think they're gonna be... It's not gonna be Valeria herself. I know you didn't meet her, but some members of the Brotherhood will be able to meet us in Maester. So hopefully we can get something organized with their assistance. From what I remember, they're a non-violent group of people, despite the rumors, but I think that would be great to have them be more on the protect and rebuild side rather than the offensive side, if that makes sense.
I mean, wherever they can place their services, I feel like it's going to always be welcome. Things are truly going to be bad there. I think any kind of help is good help.
She will nod, and Carasilla, you see her eyes kind of like linger on your scars, the bite marks on your neck, and she'll just kind of like look back to you and be like, how are you?
Oh. Each day seems to be getting better, at least. Most of the streets are cleared up. It's good to see that people are starting to smile again. I think at least the worst of it here is over for now. Be interesting when we get to Maester, but, you know, day at a time, right?
Right. I know we're going into just... Somehow it feels like we're going into a bigger issue, even though this was a pretty dramatically big problem that we just got out of. So, I don't know. Maybe this won't be... Maybe it won't be as bad, since we're a little bit more prepared. I'm glad you're doing well, though. But whenever you're not, or if ever you're not, you can let me know if you need to.
Of course, and I do appreciate you for that. I think there's a lot of leaning on shoulders going on right now.
Right.
But I suppose if we're also gathering more forces, it might be worth reaching out to Typho, seeing if Company of the Golden Heart is able to do anything as well.
Yes, definitely. All help is good help.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, fire up the sending again, I guess. I imagine it's literally just each time it's like having, like, it gets, you know, with Gertie just like having the drones going through it. But yeah, she'll cast sending to Typho. Carousel here. I wish to ask if there's any strength your company can provide to Maester. They face fiends from the west. We'll be headed there too.
Yeah, Typho responds.
This is weird.
Come on, Typho, what do you say?
Typho responds and says,
Oh, well, hello.
Send it
Yes,
to John.
we could provide support.
Wait, there's more. Sorry, I'm. Again,
You gotta figure out what's happening to those fish people?
Got two plots going on right now, Typo. Okay.
Oh, shit, I forgot where I was. All right, scratch
Sorry.
that. It's from the beginning, Oh, well, hello.
I'm very happy to hear that you are alive. I heard about Periton. I will confer with the Golden Heart and
Communicate. That's the
Oh, yeah.
26th one.
Oh. Okay. Huh. Seems that's 2 more groups we've got in. Things are already hopefully looking up for Maester then.
Right. Things are kind of lining up, so that's good. I do need to talk to Suni here soon, but have you had time to think over my offer? Or do you still need more time?
I think I have. And in all honesty, I don't think it took long to think over. I think I'm gonna have to disappoint you. I don't think it's a position I'm going to take up.
Neither?
I'm not here because this is my kingdom, Bianca. I'm not going to be here to give you support because you're my queen. I want to do it because I'm your friend, and because the people here need someone. And in all honesty, I want you to see the best people in your court, but I don't think I'm exactly wanting to be bound to one. It's not my kind of place, if you'll forgive me.
I respect your decision. But I do want you to feel like your opinion holds weight still. At least to me.
Well, I mean, not to be too vain, but I would hope so. I think if you're not going to be listening to the people that are trying to advise you, if they're not inside your court, then there's a different matter we'd have to be discussing. But
right.
all that said, I will be here for you whenever you need me. You can always have my advice. And I still have the Gleeman cloak, which apparently gained me political sway and things anyways. And I did say, when I was talking to both your parents, that I would use that to help make sure that people know who you truly are. Not buy into this whole negativity that's been placed on your name. And I intend to keep that.
She'll smile and nod. I really appreciate you. And I really respect your choice. I really do. I want you to be able to live your life in the whatever way you find fulfilling, and I want you to feel open and able to do so.
Words like that tell me that you're going to be a good leader without any help.
Well, I'm gonna use the help anyway, but thank you.
it's always good to have, but don't think that you can't do anything by yourself. I know you're concerned that people won't listen to you, and suppose that anything that happens may not work out to the best it can. She'll make mistakes, but I think you still do well.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'll always be here if you need me as well. And if I'm going to be coming to you with any problems or strifes I may be facing, then I expect you to do the same to me.
Of course. And I'm not gonna lie, I had a sneaky feeling this was gonna be your choice in the end.
Yeah, well, as much as I love Balaclara, my home's still in Bromsgrove. Morwen's still going to be up there. And in all honesty, I like the idea of being able to have a bit more freedom in going between.
No, the title of Gleeman suits a lot better for who you are.
Oh, appreciate that. But you said that you wanted to talk to Suni as well, and wanted to try and track down Ajax if I could. Believe he might
Go
still
for
be
it.
the basilisk. Not too sure. We'll find out.
I think I'll wait for Sudi to return. I think they might be coming back sometime soon, so.
Right. Well, sure we'll all reconvene here anyways. So, suppose I'll see you later.
And good luck talking with Ajax. I'm sure it will go well.
Don't see why it wouldn't. No, but yeah.
Give a little wave. Head out.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So, with that, we'll go ahead and cut to Suni and Cecily now, as the two of them walk throughout the city streets of Periton, out of the warm interiors and back into the cold and windy afternoon. And luckily, Cecily, because of your small bubble that you carry above you, you and Suni are not getting wet in this moment. But it is still rainy, it still is cloudy, and it still is very cold as the two of you make your way towards the area of the city where the arboreal exiles reside, on your way to find Patel and speak with him. Is there anything the two of you would like to discuss as you head that way?
I think Cecily is going to plainly say, as they're walking, I think we should invite him into the bubble. That'll be a good first move, you know?
Sure. More the merrier at this point, I suppose.
Alright, cool.
Freezing cold. I hate it.
Well, that's step one. Have you thought of a step two? Because I have not.
My mind is empty.
Yeah, me
I
too.
guess we'll just take it as it comes.
Okay. This would be a lot easier with Kyo.
He'll just kind of look down, not say anything.
Well, yes and, right? Just see what they say.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll all work. It will all work out.
Okay. So with that, the two of you head to the region of the city controlled by the Arboreal Exiles, And as you make your way into the Exiles' Grove, you see a very familiar figure there. You can see Patel. Actually, if I do this like this, does that... Oh, very nice. Okay. So you see Patel wearing his full ranger's garb, and heavily shrouded in leathers and cloth to shield him from the rain. And you can see that he speaks with the fellow rangers, and you can see that their numbers are not doing nearly as well as some of the others. They've been thinned out pretty considerably. Where had it not been for the other factions, and probably had it not been for the Knights of the Dawn, those led by Lapierre, the Arboreal Exiles might not have survived. But the 10 to 15 that are still standing stand together in this grove, debating their next steps. And you can see Patel sort of looks over the shoulder of one of them and says,
Halt. So, you've returned. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. After everything.
Do y'all care for some shelter? While we talk about something? She'll just kind of point. I got a dome.
Of course. Thank you. The four of you head to the southwest corner of the city. Make sure that nobody's disturbing the granaries. And you four, I suppose, head to the bridge. See if there's anything that can be done. Maybe some vine growth, perhaps, might be able to be used to stabilize some of the supports. You three, though, you'll stay here with me. And you can see all of them nod, and they all head off in their separate directions as Patel and the other three approach. And they enter into the bubble.
It is centered on Cecily, and I can't change that. So there's going to be some dead space in the back, but we're gonna have to form a horseshoe. But your numbers seem a little small. I think that's going to make what we're asking not easy, but we should still ask.
He nods.
Our new queen got a few letters. Multiple factions. They're all asking for aid. Of course, everybody needs help. We can only be one place at once, though. Queen and her entourage. That'd be the two of us and some other folks you might have seen around. We're going to be heading into Maester. But there's something in Vesna that needs help too. We can't be there, but maybe you can. Something about famine. Crops hit real bad from the winters. Made it sound like the winters are getting worse here every year. Which, she'll kind of look around. I gather is part of the evil happening here. There's not much we could do about that. Magically, at least, but you would all have the skill. If you went, instead of us, we could help both at once. Not leave them to suffer while we were in Maester.
You can see Patel look to the people to his left and to his right and say,
I have no intention of going to Vesna to help them. It is not our responsibility to fix the damage that the Loyalists have done. The crops wilt and die because of their greed. They feed off the land, they do not care for it. We try and return to the dirt, to the mud. We try and fix the damage they've done, and they kill us for it. Unless you send someone from the Crown Keepers, unless you send someone from the Loyalists to address this issue, it won't get solved.
Shit.
If one of the Loyalists from this city will go, I will go with them. I will advise them on what needs to happen. But I need your assurance, and I need your queen's assurance that they'll listen. Because if not, then there's no point.
Okay. I take it this bad blood has been going on a while.
Very much so. You, and he looks to you, Sunny. You're a knight of Elowen, aren't you?
That I am.
Imagine if week after week, the same group of individuals desecrated a sacred grove of yours. You restored it week after week. But then they started to wait for you at that grove. Pick you off. Hurt you day by day. A cut here, a cut there. And then one day, they try and make sure the grove is never repaired. But they failed. They thought they dealt a killing blow to you, but instead it just awoke a vengeance in you. That's what happened to us.
Why do they do it?
Ask yourself this. Why do the Loyalists do anything? Gold. Wealth. The accumulation of wealth. For what other purpose than to satisfy their material desires? The world could burn, but as long as they still had a bank full of coins, they'd be happy.
I've believed that most of my life. Never encountered the Loyalists, but investors, businessmen. Yeah, I've seen the worst of it. But if I'm supposed to help this kingdom get its shit together, I can't believe it's that simple. There has to be some way to talk to him. Maybe we can get a loyalist to go with you, but what about the two of you? Are you going to be at each other's throats? Are you going to be able to work together?
I will do what I must to save the land that I love. My attitude will be tempered by their desire to help.
Cecily will turn to Suni. I need to talk to the investors anyway. What do you think about this?
He's been looking at the ground kind of a bit, and he'll look back up, making your eye, and say that nature has a way of clearing out the things that are hurting it in one way, shape, or form. And maybe this famine is what that was, balancing out. People who are in despair are often easier to work with, I feel. Easier to talk to. I think that this is something that can be mended, but I think you're right. I think we have to go see from the other side as well.
She'll nod and she'll turn back to Patel. I'll talk to Victor. But whatever he says, I can't leave those people starving. I just can't. I don't know much about history, or politics, or negotiating, or manners, or anything.
It's true.
Thanks, Suni.
No problem.
But I do know that everyone needs to eat. And as long as I'm somehow the kid who is supposed to be helping this place get back on its feet, that's the one line I'm not going to cross. I'm not going to starve a city out.
Very well. Speak with your investor, with your loyalist, whoever it may be. Send them to find me here. Whenever they're prepared to leave, I will do so with them.
She'll nod. In the meantime, your help here is needed, so thank you. We wouldn't be here at all without you.
I appreciate the kind words. And thank you. The same goes to you and your companions. And with that, you can see him look to the two rangers to his side, says a few words to each one of them, and they sort of split off in separate directions as he turns around, leaves the bubble, and returns to tending to the grove.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do. Jeez, man. It's only a matter of time before Bianca realizes I am not cut out for this. Somebody's gonna say some dumb shit, I'm gonna kick him in the shin. It's all gonna go downhill from there.
Hey, I'll always got your back.
And as she starts walking again, she'll be like, okay, bad plan, but I'm just gonna say it. We steal Victor's money and give it to the city.
You can see Suni, like, starts to scratch his chin a little bit, and nods his head, kind of looking upwards, and then, you know, I've heard better ideas, but I've also heard worse ones, so...
From who, you?
Yep. I'm the bad idea generator. You know, money, you know, I think there's a lot of merit to that idea, if they seem to be unreasonable. And nature's got to do what nature's got to do.
I feel like I should let Bianca know I'm gonna commit a high-profile crime first. We'll see if it gets there.
I mean, is it really a crime when you've gotten in with the queen?
Depends on what the queen says, Suni.
Suppose that's true.
She'll kind of find a moment of levity and laugh a little bit as they keep going. She wants to talk to Victor anyway about stuff in this city, finding shelter for people and setting up systems for that. So she can just kind of wham bam, thank you ma'am, with these two topics. But yeah, so does Suni want to also come with those, or do you have other business?
I think Suni is just gonna... I don't think Suni will join you for that one. Okay. Honestly, I don't know if he'll be much help. So he'll walk with you as far as you can, and then he'll make his way back. Yeah, to meditate on his thoughts and such.
Yeah, and get talked to by Bianca.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, cool. So Cecily, ever the accomplished negotiator so far, is gonna go walk over to Moneyman's place.
Okay.
And try to sort that out.
All right, you head towards Victor. Suni, you head back to the meeting room with your fateful encounter with Bianca. Ajax, you had stayed with the basilisks for the time being, continuing to spar with them, talk with them, getting to know them a bit more. Carasilla, however, you knew where Ajax was headed, so after your conversation with Bianca, sending those messages, that is where you start to head. Now, Ajax, as you finish up with your meeting with the basilisks, doing everything you needed to do, as you are exiting the amphitheater, now alone and by yourself, you can see rounding the corner, the fluttering, beautiful gleaming cloak behind her, Carasilla. Carasilla, you see Ajax as well. And as the two of you see each other, Ajax, how do you physically respond to seeing Carasilla?
I think as soon as he sees her, he stops. And he takes his left foot goes backwards, but he doesn't move in that moment. He kind of stops himself from moving backwards. And I think that he thinks back to when Bianca told him that he needs to talk to Carasilla. And so he takes a deep breath and walks towards Carasilla. He's very tense. Okay, here we go.
Okay, and then how does Carasilla physically respond to seeing Ajax?
I mean, obviously she came here to look for him. So she spies him. Is just, gonna make a casual beeline because, looking for him. And she's not doing anything weird at all. Probably gather that Ajax has been sussed out, or that something's happening. And so she'll just go up, kind of pausing as she's getting to talking distance, kind of cock her head slightly. Things go well with Basilisk then?
Yeah, they're actually going to help us fight at Mesa.
Oh, that's good news then.
Yeah, I also sparred with Batai. I let him.
Ah, I see. And that went over well?
Luckily, he didn't catch one. Yes.
Right. Well, anyway, I'm not out here for no reason. I had something I wanted you to help me with. Unless you're busy.
No. I'm not busy at all. What do you need?
Oh, great. Just come with me. We'll get the cart.
Okay.
And yeah, so just gonna walk back, I guess, to where they would be having the cart. I imagine it's somewhere near their thing. Anyway, gets cart, and you know, she's not just ignoring Ajax. Like, she's probably just like, you know, light conversation. She's Glim and she'd be good at that shit. I'm not. But get the cart, and provided Ajax is just coming along, she is going to start heading out just a little bit out of town, just along the river, and is going to just get them to stop at a pretty arbitrary place, and kind of make a way to probably just like a gathering of a few trees just to kind of keep the rain off them. I imagine, you know, it's fancy, they're outside all the time, you know, I'm sure they're fine with the rain, like it's gonna dampen my shit. But yeah, she'll just kind of get out of the cart, go over to a little group of trees, by rocks over the river, you know, something cute. And she is just going to kind of gesture back at Ajax to come where she is, and she's gonna get her cloak, lay it down, you know, have it on the ground so they're not sitting on straight dirt, and she will just sit her ass down and kind of pat next to her for Ajax.
Ajax is kind of just confused at everything right now, but he does walk over and sit down. I assume that the cloak isn't big enough for both of them to sit on like entirely, so I feel like half of him is off the cloak. Or is it big enough for them to sit both on?
That's big enough for that.
Okay. Yeah. Ajax sits down and
You
goes.
don't like a picnic blanket?
Yeah. Ajax says, you said you needed help with something?
Yeah, just, you know. Let's stay here for a moment. And she's still just sitting there, kind of like leaning back on her arms, you know, just facing towards the river. And eventually we'll just kind of tilt her head kind of up to the sky, you know, just let the rain just kind of fall on her face, his eyes closed, you know, and she's just gonna sit there.
Ajax is probably sitting straight up, like perfect posture. His hands like on his lap like this. What are we doing?
She'll leave it for a few moments. Kind of waiting to see if Ajax ever kind of relaxes. But she'll just gladly let them sit there in silence for, you know, probably like a solid like 5-10 minutes, you know. She's very much the opposite of Ajax. She is lounging, you know. She is just sitting there just enjoying nature.
Yeah, Ajax is very fidgety. But he's like trying to be respectful. He's kind of like, no, Alright. Nice weather we're having.
No, it's a bit shit, but at least it's felt softened up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
Yeah.
I do want to say I didn't just take you out here for no reason, though I feel hasn't exactly worked. I think it's important to have moments of quiet, moments of relaxation. Perhaps it is part of the rain that's not allowing it. Other circumstances, would have got a bit of fruits, breads, jams, make it into a kind of picnic. Would have been nicer, but, well, circumstances dictate something different. I wanted to make sure that you did have a moment. Because, I will say, maybe this is me reaching, making conclusions out of nothing, but you remind me a lot of my sister of Morwen. I feel like you're someone that doesn't like to stop to rest. Always need to push yourself towards something, and I wanted to deal with that. And I feel like I am right. After all, you went from being with the Church of the Flame, then town guard, to then dealing with dark friends by yourself. And your time with us, you must have come back in quite late again last night as well. I wanted to make sure that there was a moment of rest.
I appreciate it. The people around us aren't getting a moment of rest, so felt like I can't get it.
Maybe, but I don't think it's entirely selfish to try and take some for your own. I mean, if you're always looking at the fact that someone's having a shittier time than you and never spending any time to be kind to yourself, there's no benefit in that. It's still important. And I think it is safe to say that things have been difficult for everyone, but for you as well. That doesn't mean that you can't have your rest too. And like I said, I feel like there's a lot of familiarity with that kind of attitude, as there was with Morwen. You just think that because you have more strength than most, that every burden, everything must be yours to carry because you're better at carrying it than anyone else, but that's not how it should work. We're all each hand and holder. I think it's important to take a moment of rest. And I'll be honest, it's not like I lied to you about needing you to help me out here as well. I think I'll gladly take this as a moment for myself as well.
I will agree that I do believe that we all do need some rest. I'm sorry. What happened happened in the fight. I'm sorry.
Appreciate the sentiment, but I want you to know that it's not needed.
I'm confused.
I'm someone that's pretty acquainted with various forms of enchantment and other things that can affect the mind like that. Not that magic in its specificity, but its likes. I've read about things like it. And I certainly know enough to know that it's not fair to blame what happened upon you. Because it wasn't your choice, was it?
No. I feel as though if I was a little stronger, I would have been able to fight against it, though.
It's not entirely true. Can't always rely on being the strongest thing there. You would never stop at that rate. It's okay for there to be other things that perhaps are stronger than yourself. Always
That
will
is
be.
true.
And like I said, you don't need to carry everything on yourself. Do you ever think about string? You know, like
String.
thread, ropes, any kind of thing like that.
I mean, I think about it when I need to use it to tie something or
Oh, yes,
climb
but
down a hill or mountain.
and that's part of it, you know. Any kind of string, I don't know if it's fair to group them all together, but it's all essentially the same thing.
Oh, well,
Things that are fine enough to make lace to things that are strong enough to take down mountains and haul a ship. All of it is just fibers holding itself together. You know, it starts out as stalks or coats that have been, well, beaten, whacked through the hells and back. But each of these little fibers, they get spun together, and in that, together, they're able to hold a strength that's unmatched. It doesn't matter if each individual fiber is strong. What matters is that it's there, that it's present, that it's a part of the strand. That's what makes the difference.
you're saying our party, each a thread that makes the rope.
Exactly. You perhaps could have been stronger, but at the end of the day, we still came out alive. Iston captured, dealt with, at least for now. The city's saved. The strength is still there.
Well, be lying if I said that I'm still holding on to guilt about what happened. And I would also be lying if I didn't say I'm scared for what the future holds. If that happens again, I mean, this time I did not kill you, thankfully. Well, what if it happens again and I attack any of you?
Deal with it when it happens. I think all of us know the risks of what we're getting into. I think we're past that now. I mean, with what happened with Natalia, what happened with Kyothi, we're all aware of the risk that we're putting into this. And I think that's why none of us can go into it with that fear of what would happen. You do that, you start to hold yourself back. Think that it'd be better for you to contain, to restrain yourself, to try and reach for any possibility of something happening, something going wrong, especially it being your fault. But in doing so, you also hold yourself back from your full potential, from potentially getting that blow that makes a difference. Because you're certainly more than capable of it. I think everyone here certainly is more than capable of it. Each one of us has been needed for every single fight, that is more than true.
It is.
And I think if we let the mistakes of our past dictate what we're going to do, that it doesn't do justice to all the times where we've made the right decision, to when we've done the good thing, the strong thing, the correct choice. We're so ready to criticize ourselves for our mistakes that we forget to be thankful to the times that we've done the right thing. Whatever you're doing, Ajax has kept you alive, has allowed for those of us here to stay alive. You gotta be doing something right. So whatever that is, I don't want you to stop.
You see he's about to say something, and then he stops himself. You're right.
Is there something else you wanted to say? Come on, hand holder. Little fibers, every one of us.
You are right that what I've been doing has kept me alive. But that hasn't kept the people around me alive. And I don't want to bring this down, but when I was in the Children of the Flame, the battle, I lived, but my company died. The captain of the guard. I'm still alive, but Amelia died. Being on my own, I'm still alive. That woman, that did that charm spell. I was traveling with her when we met. This isn't the first time. And she died. It seems that I need to rethink what I'm doing, because It's working for me, but not the people around. And it keeps happening.
Still don't think that's fair to say to yourself, though. You put yourself in dangerous, deadly situations. I think there's some truth to the fact that you can't be surprised when death happens. That's what it always does.
I know that in battle and war that everyone is putting their life on the line, and I'm very well aware of casualties can happen. It just seems that they're always the ones closest.
And I think it's good that it feels that way. As terrible as it sounds. I think it's important that every death comes with its sadness. Every death comes with its grief. It's meant to. Deserves to. And I think it's exactly because of that that people still fight. It didn't hurt if there wasn't the things that were wrong to those close with us, then no one would do anything. I think it hurts because you are doing the right thing. You're fighting because you want to protect people, to stop the wrong that's happening, the wrong that the Dark One wants. And so that pain will always stay there. Because it reminds you why you need to keep going. Why you can't just let it be another problem. Retire to some little cottage and live out life. Everything away from you, no one too close, so that when anything happens, it's not going to affect you directly.
I have thought about it.
But I would recommend against it, at least. At least for the moment. I think we could use you. Your experience. Your strength. We need your fireball, Ajax.
For meeting you all and reuniting with Bianca, honestly, before now, my only reason to fight was revenge. Anger. I went around from place to place killing dark friend after dark friend. I don't even know how many I've killed at this point. Before meeting you all, I started to lose my reason for fighting. And I will say I plan to be here a little bit longer, because I feel like I've gained that reason back.
Glad to hear it. Think, though, even vengeance, it's not no reason. Vengeance comes from somewhere, it's not just anger. Danger is, of course, when it becomes unchanneled, uncontrolled. But I don't think it's a It's an inherently wrong thing to pursue. But as long as you have your reason, and as long as you continue to have it, that's what I hope is enough to keep you going. And you're not alone anymore. You have us with you. If that reason ever starts to slip, disappear, we'll be there for you.
I thank you for bringing me out here and talking. It's been happening a lot lately. I don't think I've ever met so many wise people. Thank you, Carasilla.
Of course.
I am still sorry.
Well, in all fairness, it did still hurt. But, like I said, it's nothing I can hold against you for it. And I don't blame you in the slightest, Ajax. Promise you that.
It means a lot. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
You try. It's the effort that counts.
I do have a question.
Yes?
Did Bianca talk to you about joining her council?
Oh, yes. She did. I turned her down.
Really? I accepted.
Oh. So what should I call you then now?
A master of war and defense.
Ah, a fitting name at least.
Matches my personality.
Particularly like defense side.
Yes. Well, now what? Do we just sit back and Ajax is gonna finally sit back and relax?
Yeah, see, this is why I was thinking this would be a good thing to do. You haven't relaxed for a while, have you?
No. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little sore. Letting Bataille beat me up didn't feel the greatest.
Right, I can imagine. I was going to suggest, I don't know, throwing rocks into the river. More than love that. Find the biggest one. Splash everywhere. But, I don't know,
I mean,
too sore, maybe that's not the right answer.
He's gonna get up and find the biggest rock. Is there like a boulder? Or not a massive,
A
but
boulder.
Like, a half boulder.
A half boulder.
Yeah, yeah.
He's going to show how strong he is. It
Yeah,
can't be little
there
rock.
is a very large rock that is big that Ajax could definitely throw.
Easily?
Yes. There
Like,
is
I don't want Ajax to go over and just...
there is a boulder that's pretty close that you could try. to roll.
You know what? Never mind. Is there any smooth rocks? He's gonna try to skip a rock as far as he possibly can.
Hey, I mean, yeah. There's several smooth rocks, right? It's right next to the river, so there's a whole bunch of river rocks there that could definitely be used.
Like that one thing in that one video game that you just finished.
Yeah. And just like that moment, you throw a couple and it's like, blunk.
You gotta hold R2 long.
Yeah. No, you need to wait to release a little bit longer. So.
Do I need to roll anything?
Yeah, well, terrible.
No.
Okay.
You just.
Roll for rock.
After you understand the complexities of rock skipping, eventually it does click and you're like, oh, it's the flick of the wrist. I gotta. And make a strength check.
Oof. 10.
It skips 10 times.
Oh.
It doesn't take a lot, especially when your base strength score is so high.
Yeah, so I guess Ajax just gets a rock and just looks back at Carousel and just makes a rock. You wanna here? And he tosses Carousel a rock.
Shit, I was never good at this. But yeah, sure, Jordan.
It's all about the form. If you just get a little lower.
Oh, now he's an expert.
Well, I mean, did you see that?
Whoa.
Oh, it's fair.
Love that. All right. Wonderful. So as the two of you go and begin skipping your rocks in the rain, is there anything else?
Harder because the rain.
Is there?
I was dedicated to the picnic.
Is there anything else the two of you wanted to do?
No. Carousel, it's just important that, at least get to the point where Ajax starts to relax, which I'm guessing is around about now.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just having to just, spend a little bit of time, and then eventually head back. I imagine by that point it'd be, getting into that afternoon time, so, meet back with everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Very nice indeed. So, you do... Oh, excuse me. You do begin to head back after your small little picnic to the meeting room. But before we can get there, Cecily, you arrive back in the meeting room. The wind behind you begins to fade, as well as the rain as you enter in, and the warmth of the fireplace welcomes you. And you can see Bianca currently sitting at that table, once again poring over the papers, the letters, the weight of leadership heavy on her. Wait, no, this isn't Cecily. This is Suni. Suni was the one that needed to have a conversation, but Cecily, you were returning.
Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, I'm on board now.
That's my bad.
Okay.
So
I'll walk there, sure.
Yeah, because you're also. Were you going anywhere else, or were you just going to go in?
I'm gonna just show up in Victor's life, and I'm gonna start talking to Victor.
Okay, all right. So you begin to head towards the bank where he calls his home. But Suni, you enter. The warmth of the fireplace, the rain, the wind fade away. As you can see Bianca sitting at the table. And Bianca, as you look up at the door opening, you can see Suni standing in the threshold.
She will smile, pull a chair out next to her at the table she's sitting, say, Suni, do you have a minute?
I have all the time in the world.
Great, then you're gonna be over here.
Okay. And he will do an awkward little jog over and sit down awkwardly.
Before I get into what I feel like is business, I wanted to ask somehow a harder question. How are you? I know we
You know,
both.
it gets harder to answer that question every time somebody's ever asked it to me.
Yeah. I know we both lost family. Like, we all lost, obviously, but I just feel like I haven't had a moment to catch you.
I mean,
processed.
to be honest, I've been avoiding everyone a little bit. Just been hard. But I'm here, and all we can do is go forward.
I visited her and my mother at the temple. I didn't see you around there, so I don't know if you decided to stop by maybe at a point that I wasn't aware about. For me, it was helpful, if you think that would be helpful for you.
I think I owe it to her, at the very least. I haven't been able to bring myself to do it yet, though.
And I also do still have the capability of speaking with her. And I was maybe hoping of a way for all of us to speak to her. Maybe, I know we've all had a really deep connection with Keothi, but I know you two shared a name. If you feel as though you would like to have a little bit more time with her, we can maybe figure out a way to work that out. Or if that's overwhelming and that's not something you feel like would be beneficial for you, that is also fine. I just, like I said, haven't had a chance to really tell you.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how I'd feel about that. It's weird to have to realize something is out of your life. I don't know how it would feel to get a glimpse at it again. But Keothi is about the smartest person I've ever met, so I'm sure that talking to her would be very, very beneficial in some way.
Just let me know. As of right now, I think all of us, but figuring out a way to expand that so all of us can have a moment with her, I think would be wonderful. But just let me know what you would need as well, okay?
Of course.
But I don't know if you've had a chance. I know you've been pretty busy around the town, but I've been kind of asking everyone to be a part of my council. And I presented options to basically everybody, like 2 kind of options, and obviously, like, if you think of something else that you would maybe be interested in, I'm open to it. However, I do have kind of 2 options for you, but I'm gonna offer one, and if you absolutely hate it, we can look into another option. But I think this one, there's only you that makes sense for this position. The swordmaster that worked under my grandmother, as you know, he's been traveling with us, and is of the same order that you are and is training you. Well, I guess I was hoping that maybe in the process of him training you in your order, he could also guide you on how to be my swordmaster. Obviously, he would be wonderful if I asked him for the position. However, to me, seems as though he's ready to pass the torch. And I think, I mean, we've traveled a long time together. And seeing you grow and change and adapt and the person you've become, I hope this would be a natural next step for you, and maybe help me in a way. Like, together we can kind of grow together through this position and my position.
He is thinking a long, hard time before he ends up speaking, but he'll meet your eye and he'll say, well, I'm not entirely sure what a sword master is supposed to do, but Bianca, you know that you are also a sister to me, and I am always going to be there every step of the way on this journey, and if that's what you'd like to call me, I would be very happy to accept.
And you know what? I'm gonna learn more of what the sword master does too. He's definitely played a key part in my grandmother's story, so I know there's a lot to the job, but I think we're all learning together how to put this kingdom back together. I'm glad that you want to help me. I just feel like there's gonna be a lot of tests, not just coming up, but through the entirety of this experience, and I guess the rest of my and our lives. You know, assuming the world doesn't end because of the Dark One. Ideally, if that doesn't happen, there's going to be so much else afterwards too. And I don't know, I'm trying, it's funny. I feel like for the longest time of us sticking together and our little adventures, it's been so short-termed. It's like everything will end if this XYZ doesn't happen, and we're just thinking within the next like few months, years maybe. But now I'm thinking so much more long-term, and I'm really trying to have the best people next to me to make this work for the long run. And I do think you would be one of the best people I could have to advise me.
You know, advising, I'm not so certain I'm the best for. But, you know, I'm here for the long term. You know, it's you, me, and Cecily have been here forever. And, you know, we're not running away from things anymore. Apparently, we're running right into them. So.
That's true. Run-intos, they'll call us next.
But, but as long as you are running, I will be running right alongside, if not a step behind you, my queen.
And believe it or not, you and Cecily may think you've never advised me in your entire lives, but that is just not the case. You guys have experiences that I've never had, and that's value. You guys will continue to have experiences that I just won't have, and that will be incredibly valuable. I'm just trying a lot, and so all help, all advice, all experiences are needed, not just valued, are needed. So don't undersell what you would bring to the table. Because I know, as someone who's been working with you for such a long time, it's made waves in my life. Great changes. And I'm just glad you're going to stick around.
You couldn't get rid of me if you tried.
Well,
I don't know if I have anywhere else to go.
Well, Swordmaster in training. I will let you figure that out, and you can let me know. And I could talk to Illithor with you, and we can figure this out together and just create a nice little balanced group going on.
Definitely. Hey, Bianca.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really sorry about everything that happened. It was... I don't know, it's just I was right there, and it's been on my mind a lot, as well as all the Quixote things when it happened, and I just want you to know that next time, whoever it is, I'm not letting that happen again. You have my word.
I don't need your word, Suni. I know. You and Ajax both are beating yourselves up a lot. And I've been doing the same, admittedly. I mean, I've been doing it for a long time. I mean, ever since we first left, I was like, I'm taking all of these children into extremely dangerous territories. What the heck am I doing? There's a lot of what the heck am I doing? Basically since we left. No, it goes all the way back to Summer's Rest. Not even when we left Summer's Rest. A lot of what the heck am I doing? I know you. I know if you could have, you would have, or if things would have gone this way, because I've been doing the same, and I just need you to not put the pressure on yourself in case something like that does happen again, because it doesn't matter what our mistakes are. What matters is learning from them and growing, because I feel like the more we get involved with this, besides just the dark one, political landscape that we are starting to walk into, every mistake's going to be bigger. And we're not perfect. But what we need to do is learn how to handle our mistakes and not make them tear us apart and tear us down. Because we're looking at a big mistake just of what this whole kingdom is. And I don't know, I'm trying not to hold myself to the standard of being perfect, just being trying to make the next right choice. And I really think that's something that all of us could maybe learn from. Not tearing ourselves down. Because maybe I'm pessimistic. I don't think there's a way of being perfect when we're dealing with such big, massive things that changes worlds. But we can keep trying to do our best.
Yeah. You know, Bianca, you're gonna make a hell of a queen.
Thank you. Now, if I would have told you way back when we first met that I was a queen, would you have believed me?
The little tiefling woman selling potions out of her shop, housing a bunch of little hooligans? Probably not.
Yeah. And one of them that had thrown up in the floorboards.
Oh my god. I cannot believe that at a certain point in our little group, that was the biggest deal in front of us. Was the smell of that. You know, forget the dark one. That's the real terror right there.
Right. Ugh, the good old days before we even knew his name. And then Bianca will, because we still have those idols in our pockets, Bianca will pull it out and just set it on the table and say, "It's crazy. This feels like a distant memory, but it will be here until we solve that."
It's been a weight on me. And he'll take his out and set it right next to it. Kind of cocking his head to look at them. So strange.
She'll kind of tilt her head to and be like, "Why does yours look carved better than mine?" I guess the dark one likes you more.
I mean, can you blame him? And he'll, like, bat his eyes and make a face.
Everyone loves the Dragonborn.
It's true. It's very true.
The two of you hear a slight knock from underneath the table.
Should we look? Because we know.
I don't know if we have much other choice.
Or we could knock back.
Knock away.
Bianca will knock back on the table.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Okay. Well, she'll look under the table as well.
Tierney will look under as well.
As the two of you look under the table, there's nothing there, but as you look back up on the table, the idols are gone. As you go to pat back at your pocket, they're back.
Yeah. All of this, the kingdom, everything, obviously it's important, but it'll all be for naught if we don't get that solved.
Well, we're gonna do it. One step at a time.
Right. I mean, I feel like he's gotta be scared at this point. At least a little bit.
I'd be fucking scared.
We're pretty intimidating, you know?
I mean, you just killed, like, a demon lord on your own, so, like, if I were the Dark One, I'd be shaking in my slippers? I don't know, what does the Dark One wear?
I don't know. Slippers sounds right. I don't know.
I can imagine him wearing slippers.
Yeah, I feel like he's lounging.
Yeah, probably. Nothing better to do.
Nope, just sitting around waiting for the world to be destroyed.
God, what a miserable existence. I feel sorry for him.
I don't.
There's so much great things out here.
Yeah.
And there'd be even more if he wasn't, you know, constantly fucking them up.
That's true. I feel like he's hearing our smack talk. We're gonna wait. We're gonna have nightmares tonight.
Tyrion will take the Dark One idol back out of his pocket and say, "You peer in my dreams, you little bitch. I'ma smack the fuck out of you."
Okay, don't even tell me how your dream goes. I hope you wake up.
Oh, I'm gonna wake up.
we're sleeping in shifts tonight. All right. Well, swordmaster in training.
Queen in training.
I'm actually going to look through some files and see if I can learn more about the council position, specifically the swordmaster.
Well, would you like any help?
Sure, I can tell you what they say.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll read them to you.
Sounds lovely.
Okay.
And we do that.
So, Bianca, as you go ahead in the small little section for books, in this room in particular, any pieces of work that have been gathered that are about the Old Kingdom, you do hear what sounds like a muffled voice coming from behind your door. The door to your room, Bianca. Just.
It's Mimir! Okay, she's gonna go get Mimir.
God, that scares me every fucking time.
You open the.
I'm used to it.
You open the door and you can see sitting on a what looks to be a nightstand, sort of nestled between a small bag of rice, maybe just his head sitting there, as he says, "Oh, there you are,
Mimir,
sister."
that rice could feed so many hungry people. Sorry.
It's not rice, it's sand.
Oh,
I wouldn't
my
dare
bad.
keep any
Hi.
food in here. Hello. Listen, I understand you've been quite busy, and I'm empathetic to that. But I'd really love to be a part of things again. I've
Yes.
missed the small anecdotes I could share with you and the experiences. Being trapped in this room is nice and all, but not very exciting.
No problem. We'll get you back out here. And she will hook him back on the normal place.
Ah. Yes. Well, happy to be back. My only request this time around, Bianca, is, well, never mind, that's inappropriate. I won't say that.
What? I'm so curious now.
I just got back on the dairy products, maybe?
You know what? I don't think that'll be a problem with the landscape of things right now. So.
That's what I like to hear.
All right. You want to help me look through files? Kasuni can't read, so.
Oh, lad can't read, that's... Would you like to learn?
I can read, like, some things.
Ah. Very good. Well, beginner level, always got to start somewhere. Well, historical texts are a great place to, well, not a great place for anything, really. But big words in them, so help expand your vocabulary nonetheless.
You know what? It's scarier than the dark one. Is reading historical text. That sounds awful.
Aye, but knowledge is power, lad. Because that's about all I've got right now, and it's kept me alive so far.
How are you alive? You know what? Never mind. It's not worth it.
That is a great question for Odin. Me personally, no idea.
Oh my gosh, speaking of Odin. He can't just come kill us anymore. That'd be war.
Aye, he can't. But if there's one thing that I know about my former employer, if there's something he wants, he'll figure out a way to get it.
That was very uncomforting.
I'm
But
not trying
good
to
to
make
know.
you uncomfortable, just trying to make you aware of the circumstances.
Is there a difference? I think the more circumstances that we become aware of, the more uncomfortable the circumstances become.
There is at
But
least
that's okay.
one piece of comforting news I can give you. That
if something does happen with Odin, it wouldn't necessarily be a painful physical death. It would probably be a slow, painful psychological and political death, which would be preferable, right? Believe me, I've been through the physical death, and have been through political death. I can tell you which one I preferred. But then, of course, after
Alright,
political
Suni,
death,
you're
then
gonna need-
physical death comes, so... I'm just so happy to be back! Spreading merriment and joy wherever I go.
All right,
I
Suni,
have a
here,
question.
sound out this word.
Has Mimir been traveling with us this whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just never said anything this whole time?
Yeah, no, we just remember he exists every 5 sessions. Don't worry about it.
So Ajax doesn't know of his existence.
No, Ajax knows he exists. He's seen a head around. Mimir's just been very introspective.
Okay, well, does Ajax know of Mimir, but doesn't know that the head is Mimir?
No, he would be able to recognize that that is Mimir, and that is
Okay.
Mimir's
I
head.
feel like
He just
we
hasn't
would've
said anything about it.
introduced them. We just
Never
didn't
happened.
roleplay the introduction.
No.
Well, then it didn't happen.
Mimir says, by the way, when are you going to introduce me to that big lion fellow?
Oh, Ajax? Well,
Oh,
he's being
I thought his name
mopey
was
right
Ajani.
now, so that's his horse.
Oh. Mopey.
He's being introspective right now and moody.
Just
so-
like I've been for the past month.
Right. So
Got
once
it.
he's over that, we can actually introduce you guys.
Huh. Well, I look forward to it.
Alright, Suni, sound out this word. And seed.
Oh, hey, guys, I'm here now.
Well, Cecily, you head to the infestor's home of the city of Periton. You had to go speak with Victor. Upon entering into the heading into the bank, you can tell that this place has been retrofitted from a place that is meant to store and exchange money and has been turned into something that is much more akin to like a granary, considering how this room or how this place is temperature treated and how secure it is. And food is the thing that is in short supply now, not necessarily money. Many of the guards of the loyalists and of the investor has been dedicated to keeping the food safe. So as you approach the guards, they let you pass, recognizing who you are, and they allow you to head up to the office where Victor is. You can see that Victor's office is currently shut right now, and you can hear him speaking with somebody. You're not sure who exactly. If you were to press your ear up against the door, you could hear the conversation a little bit more, or you could wait patiently, up to you.
She will at first just reach for the doorknob, then she'll stop herself and kind of be like, wait, etiquette. And she will wait a moment, and if it takes too long, she'll eventually tap on the door.
Okay.
And see if that does anything. And if that doesn't work, she's just gonna walk in. She'll lose patience.
So there is a brief moment. The conversation does continue on, the muffled talking behind the door. Eventually you do make a slight knock, and you can hear Victor say very clearly,
Give me one moment.
and makes his way over to the door and opens the door and sees you and says,
Oh, Lady Cecily, it is very nice to see you. Is there something I can help you with?
There is, actually, a couple things.
Well, of course, I'm just finishing up here. Give me one more moment, and I'll send my other meeting out, and I'll welcome you right in.
Sure. And she'll just lean against the wall and just wait.
thank you for your patience. And he'll shut the door, go back to his conversation. And it doesn't take long. It seems as though he definitely is wrapping up his meeting. A couple minutes pass, And there is, in exchange, you can hear the conversation close out, and you can see Victor open the door, and you can see an individual leave that looks to be a loyalist of sorts. You can tell that from the armor and the colors that they're wearing right now, but you can see they're heavily wounded. They have a sling around one arm, and they're missing another one. Burns and scars and scratches all across their face and body that you can see. And you can see Victor call off for somebody. One of the guards comes over and helps the injured soldier down the stairs. And you can see Victor sort of nod at that and look down at you and say,
Rough stuff, this war. Please, come in.
Oh, she'll go ahead, sit somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
Shut the door.
Feel kind of small in his big fancy chair.
Yeah. And you can see as you enter,
Please, please, make yourself at home. It's, nasty business, this war. Young man suffered so many catastrophes on the field, he can no longer fight, he can no longer really do anything. So best I could do is offer him some type of severance and set him up somewhere where he can at least live out his days comfortably. Wish it never came to this, but here we are.
And he'll kind of sit in his chair and sort of sweep down some of the dust and soot off of the vest that he's currently wearing, his jacket hanging on a coat hanger off to the corner of the room.
Say, well, I would offer you some type of food or tea, but sadly there's none extra to go around, so we'll just have to pretend.
Other people need it anyway.
Of course. So, what brings the Lady Cecily to my, I'm not going to say humble, that would just be a flat-out lie, but to my, rather gaudy office?
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got obviously a lot of people without a house here now. You might have also heard down in Vesna, people are about to be hungry too.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of things. One, the new queen wants me to be Master Builder. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't know what those words meant until she told me. But it means we're gonna have to work together. Make sure people here don't fall through the cracks.
Of course.
And look, there's a lot of judgments I've already made, but I'll try not to express them here. I want to use my first-hand experience and your knowledge to make sure that we actually get this right. I have seen way too many rich people pat themselves on the back when they're not helping at all.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing, though. I hear it's mostly loyalists down in Vesna. We think it would be best to send the Arboreal Exiles to help. But they told us that would probably not go well without another loyalist there to represent them. Like I said, am fighting against my own judgments. I want to know the loyalist side of the story.
And you mean in regards to what's happening in Vesna, correct? Not necessarily the loyalist side of the story for Bella Clara, as that's a world history that I don't know if we have enough time for.
I'll catch up on that later. Good. I mean Vesna. What made the Arboreals exiles, it sounds like.
Well, I would be more than happy to share with you the story as I understand it. But you grew up in Bella Clara, is that right?
Martyr's Wake.
A little bit rainy for my taste, but a quaint city. I remember the gardens there were quite beautiful, but you are very familiar with Bella Clara and the way things are. I am not some daft merchant blinded by the gold in his coffers. No, I understand that the government that I work for has an uncanny ability to misinform, to create propaganda to better support them and what they think is right. I try to keep it a secret among the other investors, because it is a great deal of shame in Bella Clara to say this, but I have a sense of pride for it. I grew up very poor. I grew up in a family that could barely afford to feed all the mouths that lived in our house. We were lucky enough to have a house, but still. So I've seen the darker side of this system. And I know, and I am not blind to the fact that it can hurt, and it can disguise its negativity. So I want that to be very transparent before I go any further. And he'll kind of stand. As I understand, the city of Vesna has been one of the bigger points of contention within the Old Kingdom. You see, the city of Vesna truly never belonged to the reign of the Damaris name and to that of the Old Kingdom. It was a city of druids, forest people. They had moved from the clan lands and from the Grey Lands near the World's Crown, and they found a small patch of land heavily connected to the Primordial Forge, the center, the apex of all of the Primordial Plains. So they had been living there, and the queens of House Damaris allowed them to exist there. However, according to the history books of Bella Clara, with the fall of House Damaris due to insatiable greed and lust for power, that city realized the error of its ways. Those druids wanted to leave the old ways behind and join a civilized people. And that is what they did, according to the history books, of course. Now, neither you nor me were born yesterday. We know that that doesn't happen. There was definitely bloodshed. There was definitely aggression. Some of these individuals from that old way of life persist on in the forest to the south of Vesta, holding on to what little bit of their culture they still have. And according to what news I've seen and heard, those individuals who feel slighted by the nation of Bella Clara, they poison the lands. They corrupt them. spreading maggots throughout the crops, burning certain sections, terrorizing the people that live there and call it home. Some of the same people that are descendants of those who once lived there. So yes, the arboreal exiles can stop what's happening there. But they're also the ones that are causing it. As far as the information I have, and as far as I know, that is what I know, and that is what I can tell you about that situation. If that's something we'd like to solve, I'd be more than happy to offer my help in whatever way I can. After all, your queen promised me the position of Master of Coin, and the sanctity and safety of each city within her kingdom is at my utmost importance. So I'd be more than happy to provide my services in whatever way I can, Master Builder.
She ponders for a moment, just kind of looks at the fire. Whatever the story really is. And I'm sure it's somewhere in the middle. I have one goal. No one starves. As long as you care about that too. There might be something we can do. Patel seems resigned, almost. Like if they do, it's not his problem anymore. I get it, but...
Patel has been through a lot. I've always had a great deal of empathy for that man. He is well-meaning. More than most. But that can wear you down, empathy.
It can. If this is gonna work out, you two are gonna have to find some sort of middle ground. Sounds like you'll do most of the talking.
I think that what may be best, and of course I'll discuss this with Patel, but just so you have an idea of what I'm going to propose. I think that, in all honesty, return to the way things used to be would be best here. I think there is harmony and balance that can be reached. There is a decent chunk of crown keepers that reside within Vesna, having the crown keepers dispersed to other cities. Ones where the crown keepers are looked upon more favorably. It could alleviate some of the tension in the populace and allow us to focus on the disagreements between loyalists and the arborealists. I don't think it's fair to call them exiles. They were there first, after all. And I think that allowing them to fix the land and allowing them to be in charge of when crops are sown, when they're harvested, anything to deal with nature is done, I think they should be at the forefront. And anything in regards to trading or the moving of said goods that were harvested should belong to the loyalists, as it's the thing that we know best and it's the thing they know best. Of course, checks and balances is very important, but I think that what we're missing is just to tilt the scales so balance can be achieved.
You're gonna try to get them to get along. after all this time?
Well, it's not easy, and it definitely won't happen overnight, that's guaranteed, but I'm a loyalist, and by all meanings and laws and oaths that I swore, I should be trying everything I can to sabotage Bianca, my queen. But I see a kindness in her, in you and the rest of your companions, that I don't see in the Vistors around Bella Clara. Just like you, Cecily, I want to help people. I don't want anyone to starve. So I'm willing to sacrifice that. And I think that most people will see reason. And if nothing else, I'll try. Because what's the point of all of this if I'm not even going to try?
I have a question for you.
Please.
If you know how fucked up the system can be, why are you even playing the game?
Well, it's a very good question. Tell me, have you ever heard of the Brotherhood? Or as my loyalists like to call them, the investors from where you're from around Waterswake, the Bloody Brotherhood. You've heard of them, yes?
Huntress Valeria, right?
Ah, you do know them, yes. Tell me, in the past 25 years, since their founding, what have they accomplished for the people?
So far, a heist that didn't seem to go through.
Anything else?
Kind of, not quite a pout, but there's a face of like frustrated resignation. No, not that I can think of.
When I was a much younger man, about your age, I promised that I would burn the system down. To tear it all down and start over from scratch would be better than trying to fix it from the inside. For years I tried. I tried forming unions. I tried getting people to stop working. I tried to get them to stop paying their debts. I tried to throw a wrench in the system. But this system is so well built to control and to consume. And I had a realization one day that the only way that me, Victor, this one person, can make a difference is to make a difference from the inside. I know it might sound like I'm just trying to make myself sound better than what I might actually be. I have my flaws, I know that. But the people of Periton, within the section that we controlled, this wealth behind this window, it's not something that I keep for myself to look at day in and day out. It's not a source of pride because of the number. It's a source of pride because of what I've been able to do with it. There's only this much money because we keep making more. We kept spending more. When we provided for people, we made them feel safe and warm and made sure that those that were unable to work had the supplies that they needed, the necessities of life. It didn't cause other people to get lazy or to stop what they were doing. There was fellowship, camaraderie. People wanted to help each other. More. Some people are still selfish, you can't help that, but I started to make a difference in this one little quarter. There was still money to spend. People could still get what they wanted. We could still afford to decorate this incredibly lavish and gaudy building with every bell and whistle that the investors wanted me to put in it, and still put food on the table for those that couldn't provide it otherwise. So that's why I'm a part of this system, because Victor can't burn the system down. But maybe for a few thousand people, he can make it better.
The weave chose me to be a canon. But I appreciate the delicate touch. Well. Queen is going to be headed to Maester pretty soon. My party will be going, of course. That's where my canon-like abilities will be more useful. In the meantime, guess I still need to ask for her approval, but I think I can trust the two of you to head to Vesna. Not leave them waiting a day more than we need to.
Thank you. That means a great deal coming from the Master Builder.
He says very genuinely.
And she kind of nods. She'll get up from her gaudy chair and get about halfway out the door and stop. You know, the longest I've gone without eating is 5 days. I'm never gonna know how the system works as much as you do. And to be honest with you, I'm never gonna like it. But as long as we can agree that that shouldn't ever happen to anybody, I think we'll be okay.
I agree. And Cecily, before you go, I hate to be a burden in this way. The last thing I know your friend, the Queen has a lot on her mind, but before I go, I feel as though in Vesna it would add some weight to what message I'm trying to impart if I am there officially as her Master of Coin. I don't want to rush her at all, but if we want this problem fixed, the sooner the better.
I'll ask her.
Thank
She's
you.
got less of a temper than me, so I think she'll think it's reasonable.
Wonderful. Well, stay dry out there, and I suppose I will hopefully speak with you soon.
Sure. And she'll pretty much unceremoniously just make her way out.
Okay. Shut the door behind you, and you make your way back out into the rain and wind of Periton. Eventually, though, all of you converge back in the meeting room. So as you make your way in, you can hear the fireplace warmth, and you can feel not just the physical warmth, but the emotional warmth in this room. finally, friends gathered. Although there is tension, there's peace. All of you gather. There is a small amount of food that is prepared for all of you for this. This should be actually a little bit later because this is a little more time consuming. About 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, as all of you return and have been there for a couple of hours, as you talk and chit-chat about what your next steps are. There are a couple of things that happen. All of you hear faintly in the distance through the doors and windows, you hear what maybe sounds like the howl of a couple of wolves. Very faintly, which might not be that strange at all. It's, the wilderness is near. There are small patches of forest in here. And the arboreal exiles have known to tame animals and bring them in, so could be here. However, shortly after that time, there is a knock at the door. Does anybody open it?
Yeah, Carol's the little girl.
Oh,
No,
Ajax is
I was
gonna
like,
go.
yeah, let's open it.
Everyone just stares.
No, Carousel, I'll get it. Don't worry.
Okay. Since it's up out.
Okay. So Ajax, as you go and open the door, you do not recognize this man in front of you, but the rest of you do. A man who you can see is wearing armor right now, that of gold and navy. You can see that there is a sword hanging off of his belt, and you can see a braided beard, long black hair shaven at the sides, tattoos covering most of the sides of his head going down his neck, and tattoos along his face. All of you recognize this as Balder Odinson. And you can see he raises his hands and says,
I'm sorry, I don't believe we've had the chance to meet yet. My name is Balder Odinson.
and he'll reach. He doesn't have the crow. The crow's not there.
Oh. I was like, what if we're nice to him?
So he reaches out his hand to shake yours, Ajax.
What time of night is it?
About 7 o'clock at night.
Okay. Ajax slowly puts his hand out for a shake and says, "No, we have not met. Ajax. Ajax Dawnrider."
Wonderful. And for the rest of you, I want you to know that I'm not here for violence. In fact, I come with a peace offering.
As he looks to each and every one of you. And that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Man, Cecily has been so even-tempered this episode.
Let it
We'll
go
see,
at
we'll
once.
see if it keeps going.
I'm just ready for Balder to go, "That's more like it," and punch Ajax through the top of the roof. And he goes,
Well, yeah. So we're going to take a break real quick. We'll be back in just a little bit to see what Balder has to say. Which I will say, just as a reminder, when all of you were in Fjardeleth, Balder was the cool one of the family. He was the one that was very kind to Hrothgar after he had his arm ripped off. In fact, Balder was the person who dressed those wounds and helped him.
Does it change his bloodline?
I just want us to be on the same page here.
No,
Balder.
I get what you were saying.
Okay.
We're still on it.
The original art for Balder looked more mischievous than. That's why I
Wait,
wanted
was
to
it
change
the God of War art?
No, it was Floki from Vikings.
Oh, okay, I know that guy.
Yeah. So he looked a
sounds
little.
cute.
He looked a little more mean. Yeah, this guy's a lot more friendly. He's wearing armor, which is cool.
He has
Um,
a
As
belly.
an imaginary pet crow.
Well,
Can't see
the
him.
crow's not there. The
Just
crow
give
would
him-
only be
just
there
give him a
if
crow,
if
Odin
Odin
was
was
watching.
also there with him.
Oh, okay.
But the bird isn't there.
Never mind.
Odin's not
I
watching.
love that I can
I
play God of War
see.
without playing God of War right now.
Okay, I will say, of all the Odinson family that we could talk to like human beings, this is probably the only one.
It's a good option, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't too bad.
Also, listen, I'm gonna be transparent. I did recently beat God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah.
There is that.
Yeah, we know.
As with everything in my life, when I find a new passion, it works its way into the things that I'm doing in D&D. However, the historical pantheons have always been a part of the world of Illica. Greek pantheon exists in Thoral. Norse pantheon exists in Jormungandr. So these historical pantheons, they're everywhere. All right. And
You
there
don't need to explain
are
yourself. It's cool.
things.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. This is really, I guess, more for John. There are things that I'm doing different. I just don't want your bias from also of playing the game and recognizing things.
Yeah.
I don't want that to inform
Let me
things
ask
that
this,
may
is
happen.
Thor an asshole?
Yeah, no.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
John's gonna be coming with that
Yeah.
bias. I'm gonna be coming
I-
with the
I
mythological
want-
bias.
all-
It's gonna be terrible.
All I want is to fight Thor.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy boy. That might
It'll
happen sooner than you think.
probably happen.
Break time.
Oh.
And we're back. Woo! So let's go ahead and dive in. And let's see what Balder wants.
Balder.
So, diving back in. All of you had done your different duties, your different things throughout the day. All of you had made your way back to the meeting room, your small abode that you had found, and you now call your home within the city of Periton before you decide to move on. And well, something very strange happened. You could hear the howl of wolves in the distance, and a few moments later there was a knock at the door. Ajax, as you went to open the door, you saw a man standing there, a man who introduced himself as Balder Odinson, son of Odin. Well, that's what Odinson means, right? Oh, that's crazy. So, as he stands there in the doorway, the cold wind blowing behind him,
I have a question.
and
I have a question.
the rain pouring behind him. What's up?
Does Ajax recognize the name Balder?
Oh, yeah, you would. And you would recognize it as what the Jormungandri people, without a history check, believe to be their god of light, beauty, harmony, wisdom. But you also understand, Ajax would understand the concept of, like, there are greater deities like Pelor and Bahamut. And then there are lesser deities like those people that are direct servants of those deities. And then there are these sort of like minor gods, where they are people that have small amounts of divinity within them that give them prolonged life and extraordinary power than what most people can achieve in their lives. So Balder is considered a god because of the power that he wields, but he's still mortal. He's just, he can live for a really long time. So,
I think
with that, yeah. What are you doing?
I think Ajax is gonna kind of look back to the party, still standing in the doorway, not letting Balder in yet, and like get a confirmation if it's okay.
I think given that there's no crows around and like Balder's like entrance, which could have definitely been way more destructive and rude, I think Bianca like kind of again like wanting to like vibe with the whole group, but like might give like Ajax like a nod, like a wary nod, just like it seems fine.
Essentially, does not say anything, but she appears as though every hair on the back of her neck is standing up, and you could swear that she could just pop off a spell at any second. She looks very upset and alarmed at this person's presence, but she's not saying anything or doing anything right now. She's almost like a cowboy ready to draw.
I think Ajax, does he notice that?
I'm not hiding it.
Okay. I don't like that his desk has been raised up into combat mode.
He's in stand mode. Let's go!
I'm in stand mode, not combat
That usually
mode.
means combat mode.
Lightning
but,
bolt!
It's combat mode.
So Ajax will stand there and kind of see Cecily's reaction and go, not to be rude, but it is late. Is the conversation going to be quick?
Well, I think that entirely depends on all of you. If it's any comfort at all, I'm not here on Odin's behalf. In fact, he doesn't even know that I'm here. I've come entirely of my own. I'd just like to have a chat. I know that you all weren't there long enough to truly have a conversation with me, but my entire job in Fjardaleth and in Jormungandri in general is to follow in my older brother's wake and fix the problems he causes. I'm here for harmony. I want to find peace. I can promise you, I will not shed any of your blood.
And I just, while he's explaining this, because he's still at the door, Ajax is there, can I take a moment when, just take a moment to kind of, conceal it, obviously. But I want to pull a Lila and do a detect thoughts on him.
I can tell you this right away.
Explaining his purpose.
The spell fails.
Okay. Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, we just insight check.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make your insight checks.
Insight check fails. He is a rock.
Oh my god, Ajax make an insight check?
Yeah, sure.
Cecily will opt out because she has decided not to trust him until proven wrong.
Ooh, I got a nat one.
You did pretty
23.
Okay, Caricilla.
Thank God.
I'll sit
I got a
down.
+10. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I got 16.
Yeah, as far as any of you can tell, it seems as though he's being authentic and honest.
Alright, okay, Paris will, give a look to Cecily of just, I see you, don't worry about this, we're not just ignoring this. But we'll turn our attention over to him. Well, I suppose it's hardly polite to have you stand out there in the cold and dark, so suppose come in. We'll have whatever discussion is needed to be had.
Thank you. I will say, though, it's no matter to me. I can't feel the cold anyway. But I appreciate it. The thought is what matters.
And he'll walk in.
Ajax will move so he can walk in.
Okay. So with that, the rain and wind fade into the background as now the sound of the fire burning in the corner is what overtakes the sound in the room.
Ajax is going to stand near the door like a bodyguard. Like a bouncer.
Yeah, he'll kind of passive insight will see that.
Would it make you feel any better if I give you my weapon?
Coming from a god? Can't hurt.
All right, and he'll take off the sword belt and he'll hand it to you.
Whoa.
Well, thank you for traveling so far. We should hear you out.
Of course. Well, for one, thank you. I understand that you're under no obligation to say yes or no, and I'm incredibly appreciative of the opportunity. So, for one, thank you for that. It does mean a lot to me. But, pleasantries aside, we should speak on the matter at hand that I'm here for. Let me just make sure this music's okay. I don't want it to send the wrong vibe.
Well,
Yeah, this is good.
cue up evil track.
Deceit.
Sorry.
What I'm here for, and I understand that this might not be exactly what you're wanting, but ever since all of you left, I have had the suspicion that the truth of the situation was far more complex than what my father wanted to believe. He vilified all of you, sees all of you as bad people, liars, deceivers, agents of Ragnarok, the end of our people as we know it. But I know that's not true. None of you would ever be responsible for the end of our people. But my father, when he gets an idea, as I'm sure all of you are well aware, he can be rather blind to any external ideas. A horse with blinders. So, what I'd like to do is I'd like to prove to all of him, or I'd like to prove to him that all of you are good people. That you would never, any of you would ever, be so inclined to cause Ragnarok, to cause the end of the Aesir. And the way I'd like to do that is by accompanying you. I don't need to be part of any private conversation you have, any important political thing that happens amongst the group of you. I don't need to hear, I don't need to be near. But if I leave myself vulnerable around all of you, even though you say I'm a god, I can still be killed, of course. And I'm aware of that. So I come here, and I am vulnerable. Nothing that stops all of you from gutting me right now if you wanted to. Sure, if I were to defend myself, I could maybe take 2 or 3 of you, but not all of you. I stay around you for a while. And then I go back to my father. I tell him what I've seen, and I try and get him to see reason. That all of you aren't the bad people in this situation. You are good people, who it seems as though fate twisted in a cruel way to villainize you. That's my plan. That's what I'd like to do.
Forgive me, but what confidence do you have that your father will listen to you? You're already saying that he has blinkers on. You cannot convince him at the current state.
Well, at the current state, yes, because all I have is my thought process. All I have is my ideas behind it. No one of the Aesir have ever been around you for longer than several days and lived. Not to unhash the unfortunate demise of my cousins, but Magni and Modi is a great example. They lived, and they died. And those are the only Aesir to ever be alone with you, and they're not there to tell the tale. If I stay with all of you for several days, maybe a week, and I live, and I go back and tell my father, he'll at least be inclined to see reason. And he won't be so inclined to kill you. And Mimir, I'm sure that's something that you might be able to affirm. You know how the Allfather is with me. I'm not a weapon like Thor. I'm a negotiator. Bianca Mimir from on your belt says, I mean, that is right. But still, trying to convince Odin away from something that he already believes is true is difficult. Even for you, Balder, you have to know that. I do. I'm aware that this is very difficult. But if Ragnarok is to come, I think that it would be good to have people like you on my side. I'm not blind to that.
I agree. I do think we would be better off as allies than enemies. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, we are trying to rebuild and protect what we have as well, and prevent what you would call Ragnarok. And I definitely appreciate the effort on your end. Ignore that random bell. Gosh, it just keeps going off. We will need at least a moment to think about this because, yes, you weren't there. No one knows what happened, but, I mean, besides us. And you're right. What it looks like on paper is not what happened. And it's not my place to say everything right now, as I'm not the one who is most affected by that moment. But there was a lot of loss on both of our ends, and I think we need a moment for us to kind of think this over, weigh our options, and again, no offense to you, but because of what happened, it may be hard to let someone so close so soon, if that makes sense.
Of course, I entirely understand that. I do.
Great.
The last thing that I'll say before I let you speak on it is I don't know if there is another path to peace with Odin. And if peace is not something you seek, then so be it. But I know that I can change his mind. But you all are free to do as you see fit. If you'd like, I can wait outside. Or if there's another area.
One last question before you do step aside. What do you believe happened then, in those mines? Not what Odin is saying happened. What do you think happened?
Well, the truth of the matter, I'm sure, lies somewhere in the middle. Somewhere between what you all say happened and what I witnessed there. What I can say that I saw on Magni and Modi's bodies, I saw signs of corruption, signs of a vile darkness twisting them. So I don't believe any of you are killers in that way. Even if Magni and Modi provoked you, I don't think you all would have thrown the first blow. And they might have been quite dense, but I don't think they ever would have done that either. The only reason I'm here is because I believe there was maybe foul play. Some external force, perhaps. Some external force that could want to see Ragnarok.
Do you have any guesses to what this external force may be?
An agent of chaos, I'm sure.
Are you, then I suppose, more generally aware of the Dark One?
By that name, no. But I've heard many a tale of agents of chaos trying to spread shadow and darkness.
Right.
Well, if there's no other questions for me.
I have a question.
Of course.
You said that in order to gain trust in Odin of us, you want to stay with us for about a week and then return, and you being alive is what would help. Am I kind of correct?
It's the best plan that I have.
Well, in a week's time, we'll probably be fighting some very dangerous things. What happens if you fall in battle and it's not our fault?
Forgive my dishonesty in our initial encounter. I apologize for it greatly, but in the moment I thought that it would have been best to keep it a secret to provide all of you with some comfort. There is no chance that I could fall in battle because I am impervious to all damage. Nothing can hurt me. I can feel nothing. No pain. So if all of you were to attack me, it would not end well for all of you. I apologize for keeping that a secret, but anytime I tell that to anyone, they immediately get uncomfortable. Because as soon as you take out of the equation the fact that you could overwhelm me with numbers and you could potentially kill me, most people start to feel a lot less safe. And deceit was
feel better.
Oh. And he, unexpectedly smiles at that.
Knowing that if we go into battle, you won't die and you can still hold up your end of the bargain.
Very much so. And of course, if battle does come, I won't do nothing. I will fight with all of you.
But forgive me, circling back to the original plan, so you cannot be harmed, yet your lack of being harmed is meant to be proof towards Odin.
Well,
seems a little counterintuitive.
Attempted harm. Of course, I'm sure Mimir at one point in time had told you of my ability to be impervious to damage. But who knows if he would have mentioned it. The thing is, you could have tried. That's the thing. And you wouldn't have been able to stop me. You would have tried to hurt me, and I would have gotten away. I understand it's not a perfect plan. But here's the thing. Me being around you for a week, I can see everything I need to see. In my line of work, I've gotten very good at reading people. Even when they try not to show it, I know their intentions. It's what I'm supposed to do. I'm the great mediator. Any of you that know anything of history in Jormungandry know that's my job. I'm there to try and fix things so bloodshed doesn't get worse. So if I come to you and I try and get to know you as people, what you want, what you did, what happened, what you're doing now, and we get along great, and I see what you're trying to do, and I go back to Odin and I tell him, I saw them, I know them, and you know that I know people. See them for what they are. Why wouldn't he believe me? He'd believe me with everything else I've told him. You keep trying to poke holes in this, and I get it. With everything that's happened between my family and all of you, I don't doubt you for a moment. But to borrow a Thorolian term, I'm reaching out with an olive branch for you right now. You saw what Odin did on Tyr's temple. I don't want that fate to fall onto all of you. And that is not a threat, that is a genuine gesture of goodwill. You all seem like decent people, good people. From what I understand, this city is standing because of you. And I'm not a fool to that, I'm not blind to it. But I understand wounds created in the way that they have been between my family and all of you don't heal overnight.
In fact, sometimes they never heal. I'll respect your wishes either way. But I didn't want to just let this go when I could have tried to make peace.
Oh, believe me, I certainly appreciate it. I don't mean to poke holes in wanting to find a tear. I just want to make sure there's no holes there to begin with.
A stress test, I understand.
I would like for nothing more than to have you and I suppose your whole family with us, and for there to be peace, despite original bad blood. I think there is enough strife and enemies that have already been created, already exist in this world. And so, closing off at least one would be worth it. But the reality of it, I suppose, is still yet to be seen.
Of course. Well, as I said, I can step outside if you'd like. Or if there's a room that you'd like me to go into, I can do that. If you'd prefer not to, for me to leave your sight. Whatever makes you feel more comfortable. Very well. And he'll turn back towards the door, which Ajax you're currently standing in front of.
Oh, sorry.
You open the door for him?
Yeah.
As he walks by you, says, "Should I tip you? You're quite a great doorman." A joke. Hey. So.
Ajax turns immediately to the party and says, "Okay, so I knew you all had some sort of things to do with Odin. You didn't tell me that you guys killed Magni and Modi?"
Well,
They killed me.
Shit.
A lot happened. Put it, well, very reductively.
Right. Sorry. I just realized.
Basically, when we were put on a task, and it was Odin's way of getting what he wanted, and he tried to have Magni and Modi, I guess, keep an eye on us, because we were the only ones who could do the task. Basically, the Dark One was able to correct his sons. Thor's sons, his grandsons. And then they turned on us, resulting in Cecily's death, and we did as we felt was necessary at the time. It's not really hard to reason with creatures that are corrupted.
You don't have to explain yourself. I'm here for you all, so I'm here for whatever decision you make. Cecily, I can see that this is difficult. I'm here for whatever you guys want. Now I just know about the whole Odin.
I will also say, it's a pleasure to meet you, brother.
He's looking around.
Nope, Lore.
Right here.
Lore. Yep.
Right here.
On the hip there.
We'd
The
like to roll the
disembodied.
table. Just put his head up there.
Oh, hello.
Hi. I can tell it's Mimir.
Yes.
Cool. Hi. Sorry, Ajax. You're Mimir.
Indeed I am.
Wow.
Head and all. Ha.
What? Nice. Sorry. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Oh.
It's just everything. I'm learning a lot of things rapidly at one time.
There's a lot of baggage from the Fjardaleth days with this crew. Most days I just try to stay quiet since it doesn't seem to be the focus in that current moment. But when the Odinson family turns back up, Seems like time for me to unzip my gob and start talking.
Right.
Aye.
Cecily.
I'm gonna sit over here.
All right.
What's in your head right now?
Mine or someone else's?
Cecily's. I said Cecily.
Oh, sorry. I just heard what's in your head right now.
No, I said Cecily. Mimir kept talking, and then I said, what's in your head?
Yeah, she's staring at the floor right now. And there's just sort of a, you know, she's usually loose posture, kind of swinging around, moving about in some way most of the time. She is jarringly still right now. And it's almost like she didn't even hear you.
Aracella will get up. I don't know where everyone's seated, but hey, I'm just gonna shoot my knee to get up. And she will go to Cecily and just kind of, turn her so she could like face her because sitting at a table. Hands on her shoulders. Believe me, I understand how difficult concepts of forgiveness can be in this circumstance. And that's why I'm not going to ask. None of us are going to ask you to forgive Odin. To forgive any of them. But you must understand that we can't continue at each other's throats as well. This is a chance for us to at least alleviate that. Make sure that there's no more bloodshed. At least try. If you cannot do that, of course we understand. But please, we need to consider it at least.
The man who is supposed to be my father had his soul ripped out of his body because another man couldn't handle that some woman didn't want him. I don't give a fuck what anyone in his family says. I don't. He is lying through his teeth. We can't do anything about him. Just like last time, it's not a real choice, is it? We say yes, we're stuck with someone we can't hurt. We say no, we're fucked. Same game. And what's to keep the Dark One from creeping into him too? Then what?
I'm not saying you're wrong, but there's also a different game, if you want to consider it that. We deny him now, refuse his company, tell him to go back to Odin, that we don't want to have any further business. with the Odisons. It leaves us in the exact same place, if not worse. Odin still sees us as some malicious force. No doubt we'll still try and dispatch off everyone here. Or we take this chance and believe it is an honest chance, that there is merit to what he's saying. And that blood hunt would end. Again, I do not ask you to find forgiveness with him. That wouldn't be fair. But you do understand that things can't stay the way that they are. You can't go the rest of life avoiding him. And I suggest that you don't go the rest of life leaving this to be a wound that goes unclosed.
And, lass, I will say I'm no stranger to Odin's harms. His vileness and evilness is very well known to me. I mean, look at me. I am the way I am because of him. But if we do this one thing, we get another week. Another week to plan. Another week to figure out something. Because believe you me, the day can't come soon enough when that feather-covered prick draws his last breath.
If we do this, I'm not gonna sleep. I'm not gonna breathe. I'm not gonna take my eyes off him. And I want to be very clear, I am not avoiding this. I am waiting for the chance to get my soul back in Tyr's body. And then, as long as he doesn't have something to say to stop me, I am going to end the blood hunt. I'm not a negotiator. I didn't expect this to come back so soon, but if you think it buys us time, fine.
I'm not one to... I mean, I understand having a vengeance, obviously. But I don't think it just buys us time. Yes, it obviously does. And of course, I'm thinking of the kingdom here and concerns about what would happen if we have to fight Odin and the Keep and the Dark One all at the same time. But I don't think it just benefits the kingdom. I think this would benefit you to have Odin off your back while you grow stronger and can get back to your dad. Make a safe place for your dad to be. Because what if Odin gets you before you can get to your dad? Then what is it all for? And I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but it's due. I'm surprised it's taken this long for an Odinson to find us or reach out to us at all. I'm just glad it's this one.
And I want to promise you, Cecily, as well, if anything starts to take a turn, we're not going to just dismiss it, let it be. I worked with Draven Hunt. I don't want to allow another person full of cruelty to just continue to let something that wrong continue. And so I promise you, if he steps a single foot off the straight line we can trust, we'll send him on his way.
Give me a minute.
Of course.
And she'll walk away from the group. And keeps her back turned. You can see her have, with a shaky hand, close it and try to stop the shaking. And eventually she'll turn back around. Let him back in.
Ajax gets up and walks over and opens the door.
Mm-hmm. So he's standing a fair distance away.
You can come back in.
He nods, walks back in. And just looks to all of you.
Yeah, she'll take a slow step forward in front of the rest of the party and look up to him. You have one chance. Don't waste it.
He smiles. Believe me, I intend not to. This is my chance to make things right. And I'll do just that. I will say, as one final gesture of good faith, I know that all of you, when you first arrived in Jormungandr, you met a woman in the woods. That woman was my mother, Freya. Odin has led me to believe that she is the reason that I can't feel pain, that I'm invulnerable, that I cannot die to physical harm. I don't believe she would tell you, since the entire reason she did what she did was to protect me. But there may be a chance if she trusts you. She may tell you why. what she did and what may break the spell. If all of you do feel unsafe around me, I can't tell you what can break the curse, but I can at least tell you where you might be able to find that answer. If you feel like you need it. I don't know if she would give it to you, but you at least have that.
Thank you for the gesture.
Well, I'm very glad we could come to an accord. I can
And we are as well.
make myself at home. There's an inn down the street. I can sleep for the time being. And then if all of you leave Periton within the next week, I have my own supplies. I will camp separately, as close or as far away as you want. I just want to be around you, see your day to day, and hopefully help ward away any ill-wishers.
I think that sounds like a plan.
Wonderful.
I'll also say, if you're also going to be in town for a few days before we leave, there are quite a few people around here that could use a good pair of hands.
Well, I'd be more than happy to offer my healing abilities. I will do just that.
Good.
Thank you.
People here would appreciate it.
I'm sure they would. And as all of you stand there in these final moments, as Balder has finished talking, Bianca, you notice something on the floor by the table. In the same spot where you had crushed that crystal earlier, you can see that there is this sigil on the ground that has just now caught your eye, being that you're standing closest. Carasilla, I'd say you'd mentioned it right at the end of your last sentence. This sigil is growing. And as all of you begin to notice it, the sigil begins to glow. Is anybody doing anything in response to that?
Well, I mean, we know it's the dwarves.
Yeah, like, do we seem like we have to interact with it at all, or should we just like let it happen?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you're just gonna let it happen, or if you're gonna try and.
I mean,
do something.
we assume dwarves, so I
like,
think maybe
block them.
Yeah, make the space look nice for them. I don't know.
Is Balder about to leave, by the way?
He was about to. Well, like, he was like about to say goodbye and thank you again, but he wasn't headed on his way out yet.
Guess he gets to see cool dwarf stuff.
So with that, the rune grows and grows until eventually appearing within the meeting room within the city walls of Periton. You see a dwarvish man appear. Long brown hair, braided at the top but loose at the sides, with these sparks of gray
spattered throughout, a long beard that is also braided, this thick, heavy mustache that melds with it, and these thick, bushy eyebrows. You see he wears these fine robes of black and silver, and a necklace that rests upon his shoulders with what looks to be a like a crucible, like a blacksmithing crucible, and embedded inside is this green gem that sort of swirls back and forth with this mystical magic. As you see, Vondor Last Breath, emissary of the Kabdar dwarves. As he appears, you can see it is just him that appears. And he looks about the room, and he speaks just outwardly.
I arrive, Vandor Lastbreath, emissary to my people. The cantors of the forge offer you their services. As our letter said, we hear the heavy song that is sung in these lands. A consuming force has been quelled. Our king would like to reward you for that. The offer is very simple. You all come with me to our home in the Mazdram Mountains. You bring the soul of that creature, that devourer, and we will take that soul and forge it into a mighty weapon to bring about the downfall of your enemies. On top of that, there is another soul that weighs heavy on this battlefield. A soul taken before its time. The singers of souls offer their services as well, if you should choose to partake in the ritual. A soul that was lost may be returned to a physical form. Death may be swayed for once. These things can only be done within the Mazdram Mountains at our crucible. If you choose to go, it will not take long. While I have no way to teleport back, we can take the old roads of my people from long ago. The underways. Traverse hundreds, if not thousands of miles in but a day's travel. The tunnels of the old dwarves. Magic that none of you have ever seen before. Your impact on this world is noted. And King Borelli Boldblood would like to reward you for it. What say you?
Cecily will nod to Bianca.
Ajax looks very interested.
I think that sounds like an incredible relationship we can build together, and I really appreciate what you'll be able to provide for us. I definitely think that we'll be joining you in the mountains and bring those souls that you spoke of.
Long ago, the dwarves of Kabdar of the Mazdra Mountains forged the original weapons that the Valkyries used. We would be honored to do so again. We have a long-standing, former history with the Aesir. But luckily, for all of you, Baldur is still welcome in our halls.
You can see Baldur kind of exhale with a sigh there.
Sadly, many of the forges no longer work. The giants that once fueled those fires no longer live.
We can also inform you that our working relationship so far only extends to Baldur as well, at least at this time.
That will make King Borelli very pleased to hear. Very well then. If there are no other questions, the underways are only safe to traverse in very narrow windows. When the sun is shining brightly in the sky, the underways are safe to traverse. Any other time, it is not. When the sun rises, we will travel. When the sun is shaded, we come up to the surface. Your first journey will be strange, but I promise you, you will make it. You have an excellent guide. If there is nothing else, I will require somewhere to sleep until the dawn comes.
You are welcome to stay here, but I don't believe we have any other questions at this time. Anyone?
No.
You've been very straightforward and clear, so thank you so much.
It is my job. Where may I rest for the night?
And Bianca will lead him to one of our maybe more comfortable rooms. I don't know. Maybe he likes a rougher room, but yeah.
You lead him to the room. Thank you.
And she'll nod.
You can see he's taller than most of the dwarves that you've encountered. He's maybe honestly, he's probably about the height of Cecily, if not a little bit taller. So you can see he kind of looks down towards your waist at the head.
Mimir, it's good to see that a fitting punishment has been bestowed upon you. Thank you
very much for your hospitality. Looking back up to you, Bianca, and you can see Mimir for once is speechless. And Bianca, you leave, he'll shut the door.
Yeah, she's gonna take Mimir, look at him, and be like, "What did you do?"
Another time, lass.
You need to give us some warning. You have a long hit. I feel like every person we run into hates you.
Ha! Funny that, you worked for the old father for so long. Crazy.
And she'll put him back on her hip. All right. Eventful night.
Yeah. I have so many questions, and I don't think my brain actually can figure out which ones to ask first currently. I'm gonna go to bed.
Probably a wise call.
Do I need to sleep out here next to the door? Like, do I need to make sure no one else comes in?
I got it.
No.
Just as a final question,
Oh, you're still here.
if there's nothing else you need of me, I will excuse myself.
I don't believe so at this time. Thank you.
Very well. Have a good night.
And he'll
You
nod,
as
and
well.
this time he'll open the door himself. He'll relieve you of that duty.
Wait,
Ajax.
wait. Here's your weapon.
Oh, thank you.
He'll take it and he'll wrap it back around.
Honestly, I don't even fight with a sword. It just dissuades travelers from trying to rob me on the road if they see you with a sword on your side.
He'll walk out.
Nice.
Ajax slowly just closes the door. Oh. I feel like I've done a lot of things in my life, but so many random, unforeseen, ridiculous things just happened within the last 20 minutes.
And
I
there's
need
always
everyone to-
time for new experiences.
Well, of course, just not 15 in a row at the same time. Just everyone prepare tomorrow for questions from me.
If it makes you feel any better, a constant storm of new experiences is how I've felt since day one.
And how many days in are you?
Too many?
Shit.
Spice of life, everyone. Spice of life.
Good night,
That's-
everyone.
Yeah, just quick question. So Cecily is intending to stay up and guard, yeah?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. Well, before everyone departs, suppose be best for comfort that we start doing shifts again. I'm guessing, Cecily, that you are eager to take first, but you're not staying up the whole night. We can come in later. Promise you, I got a good eyes.
I know. I'll let you know if I'm even able to sleep in 4 hours.
Sometimes the act of resting is enough.
Do either of you want someone to join you for either of those watches?
I'm always open to company.
Okay.
Ajax stops walking back to his room and turns around. Okay, do I need to stay up too?
I don't know. Cecily, do you want someone to stay up with you or do you want to be alone?
I don't think it's good for you. Well, mentally, it's probably good to be alone sometimes, but in this current situation, I don't think you should be.
You know, Morwen and I used to take watch together and not say a damn thing about our feelings. So if you want to do that,
Oh, I'm very good about not talking about my feelings, so.
yeah, I'm
Tonight
not
I'm
in the
gonna
mood
let this
anymore.
slide.
I'll take watch with Cecily. We can talk about weapons.
Just give us one night, Carousella, please.
That's what I'm saying. I'll give you one night.
Yeah.
One night exactly, Cecily.
Good. Gives you 24 hours to think of another fucking inspirational monologue.
Oh,
And
yes.
she'll... and she'll go ahead and... She'll go ahead and sit
Ursula
for
will take
watch.
it.
It's how she expresses love. But... she'll, yeah, she'll go ahead and sit for first watch then.
Wait, is Ajax with her? Or
Yeah, if
Sounds
you want
like
to be.
it.
okay.
She just does not. She's 180 from last session. She no feelings. Don't
So-
talk about him right now.
As the two of you settle in for rest, ready to discuss definitely nothing that has happened today.
See, the handle here is made of steel. And the
That
pommel
is where we're gonna go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo!
Whoa!
Woo! I want to make it explicitly clear that though Cecily is not excited with recent developments, I am.
I am so excited because it's just gonna be a good time.
Huh. You can tell us in stars and wishes.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
That's what we're gonna do. So thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.